This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome on this very, very warm afternoon here in the Sabi Sands, Djuma Private Game Reserve in South Africa. I'm just so happy that there is a new character at Penguin Beach. I'll half stand, I'll half a heart. Absolutely amazing. Fantastic, fantastic news. But as you can see, my name is Cedric Dahl, and behind the camera we have got Eckhard. So welcome, thanks for joining us on such a beautiful day here in the Sabi Sands. Well, as you can see, we've got the whole beautiful pride of lions. We've got the sub-adult Nkuhumas that we just located here on Impala Plains. But on such a hot day, you can just see them all really relaxing in that shady area and all like kind of cuddled up. So definitely a puddle of lions. But if anybody's got any comments or any questions or any suggestions for this afternoon sunset drive, please go onto our social media, Twitter, #WildEarth. Or if you need to, log on to our website at wildearth.tv/channels and make sure that you do register with us. And anybody under the age of 18 years old, please pop us an email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Please send those comments, send the questions through to us. Keep us entertained, keep us busy, so we can keep you entertained and keep you busy. But this is absolutely amazing. I am so happy that we actually found the Nkuhuma sub-adults. It's 5 young males, young female, and an older female with them. I'm not too sure who the older female is. Unfortunately, it is such a puddle of lions. It's very difficult to really make out who's who in the zoo here at the moment. But yeah, I think it looks like maybe the female that's furthest on the right-hand side. I think it is to the right. I think she's, I don't know who she is. She hasn't opened her eyes or anything yet, so she hasn't really given us a good look at her. But the rest of them is definitely the sub-adults from the Nkuhumas. You can understand that on such a hot day, they ain't going to move much, and they're not going to do too much at this point of time. They're definitely going to just rest in that shade until it gets a little bit cooler. Once the sun starts setting, of course, they'll start moving. But of course, yeah, we are sitting with Rusty. Of course, we've got Kelly. She's with Wendy, and JP in Pridelands, and Roan at Ngala. So I'm so happy for everybody to join us today, and hopefully we can show you some amazing, amazing things on the sunset drive. It is quite hot. We're looking around about 28, 29 degrees Celsius. So in Fahrenheit, it'll be about 87 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is quite a warm day. Not much cloud cover, and a little bit of a breeze, which makes it a little bit pleasant and bearable. Definitely, on my way here, I picked up some of those devil thorn leaves and made myself some sunscreen. So at least I know I'm protected for the time being. I think Eckhard, he was a little bit skeptical on the devil's thorn, but I have to twist that rubber arm sometimes. But while we sit with the Nkuhuma Pride, let's head to the weather and see what's happening around here.
A beautiful sunny afternoon here at Djuma Private Game Reserve here in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. What a fantastic start there, Cedric. Always a wonderful way to start. An afternoon drive. Welcome everyone, my name's Kelly. I'm going to be your guide for the afternoon. With us this afternoon we have the delightful G with us on camera. We've just come around to Boetela or Gowrie Dam to have a look. We've got a little family group of Inyala across the opposite side of the dam there. There was a male there just now. Oh, he's blended in with that dead tree there on the left. Oh, there's a nice breeze actually just picked up here on the dam wall. Lovely male Inyala. Oh, something's just frightened them immensely. What was that? They all just scattered. There is that. There's an elephant prowling, if elephants can prowl. There's an elephant prowling around the back. We haven't got a visual of him at the moment. Maybe it was that elephant that made them all jump, but something definitely just gave these Inyala a fright. I'm just going to have a scan with my binoculars here. I was so gripped by yesterday afternoon's drive. I couldn't take my eyes away from it. What an incredible afternoon, and what stunning images Ben managed to capture with those lines on that termite mound. Absolutely beautiful. I can see some birds. I can see some geese. It could be the wind that made those Inyalas jump. Gary, yes, it is lovely to see these Inyala. We do see them around the camp quite often. They do like thicket areas. And they're fairly water dependent as well, so this is a good place to see them. It's one of my favourite antelopes to watch when they display, when these males do their lateral side-on display for dominance. It's like a ballet. I'm sure regular viewers will have seen it before. I tend to notice it more in the summer, those displays. Inyalas aren't really officially seasonal breeders like our Impala are. But they will peak spring and autumn normally. I'm going to stay here a little bit longer. Maybe we'll get another view of our elephant. And I'd love to know what made these Inyala scatter like that. I'm going to send you over to JP, who's going to bid you all a good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. It seems that our signal issues has now been sorted out and we can actually start panning our camera around again. And for this afternoon, we're starting the show with our African spoonbill. So my name is JP Leroux and behind the camera we've got Mumpo. Let's see what our spoonbill gets up to. At the moment you'll see that it's actually moving its head from side to side in search of prey. And what they're looking for is things such as frogs as well as fish. What I do find also particularly interesting with a lot of the bird species who probe as well as will actually move their bills from side to side is that they've got tactical sensors and the tip of a bill, which is known as the hypsopocyllus, which can actually distinguish between edible and non-edible food particles. Let's see what he gets up to. So we do quite often find these at a lot of different water holes, and very soon they start disappearing again. So quite often people mistake them for actually being migrants. They're actually a resident bird species, but they are nomadic in their movements. And if a bird is nomadic, it just simply means that it will actually move after food resources. And we find that the movements, unlike migrations, is never predictable over time or distance or a specific time over here. And neither is it ever repeated. Good afternoon, Tammy Lee, and welcome to the show. Yes, they do look very neat in their appearance. I wish we could actually focus the camera a little bit closer and onto the eye. And for me, they've actually got some of the most beautiful blue-colored eyes. The bird that we are looking at the moment is most likely a female, as the bill is fairly... At appearance, it did almost look like it, but they're slightly bent at the tip, which might indicate that it's actually a male. However, if you only have single-sex birds present, it can make the identification between male and female slightly more tricky. We generally find that the males are slightly larger in appearance, and that they also have a slightly longer and a slightly more curved tip to the bill. We're going to watch our spoonbill for a little bit longer and see what it gets up to. And meanwhile, let's go and see what the rest of the team is doing.
I haven't had a visual of this elephant now for a few minutes. I think he's disappeared up the other side of the dam, so I'm going to sit here quietly. We just had a cacophony of starlings calling behind us. I'm going to sit here and see if this elephant doesn't reappear. I can still hear European bee-eaters calling in the background very softly, but they should definitely be on their way soon. And just see a little terrapin nose there at the edge of the dam. Look at the sun bouncing off that terrapin and off the plant matter at the side there.
Yes, welcome back. We're still sitting with the sub-adult Nkuhuma pride, or the breakaways. Of course, that female to the far right, so I was just looking at her carefully now. She's got that nick out of the right ear, excuse me, on top of the right ear. And of course, that real greyish, pinkish nose. So that's all amber eyes. Because she also opened her eyes just now, and it definitely looks like the eyes are much more kind of a darker orange compared to the rest of the lines around. Plus, as well, there's a male that's lying on the road as well. And he was, his head was up just now, and his eyes are just as orange as Amber eyes. So it's very, very interesting. I don't wonder if he's not coming, or he's not directly related to her, and was one of her offspring. But as you can see with that female compared to the rest of the pride, the rest of these males, so I think I just swallowed a fly. Anyway, I think with that female compared to the rest of these young males, she's way smaller because you're comparing them to males now. You must understand a female will get to about 140 to 160 kgs, where a big male, fully grown male lion will get up to about 200 to even 210 kilograms, which is really big. So that's why you'll find almost like even like the leopard species. So you'll find that the males will almost practically double the weight of a female. But of course, lions just a little bit less. Not as males ain't as heavy and as far apart with the female's weight. But you can also understand why they're lying like this. And our lions are very much specialist at conserving energy. And conserving energy mainly for nighttime patrolling, nighttime hunting. And that's why you'll find most of the day they'll pretty much plus minus. There's a lot of theories, a lot of things, people saying, yeah, but the book says 16 hours, this one says 18 hours. I mean, it's all different. You must remember that, like, in nature, you cannot write on rock, but looking at an average, maybe 16, 17, 18 hours a day of really resting and sleeping. And the nighttime, of course, doing most of the moving around, as they are more nocturnal compared to diurnal cats. So they're definitely specialists at conserving energy for nighttime. Well, this is now the breakaway from Nkuhumas. Of course, they've got the 5 young males and a young female of the breakaways. Now, the rest of the Nkuhumas, it's four other females. I know 3 of them have got 7 cubs at the moment. So that's still the Nkuhuma pride itself. But this now, these 6, and plus there's Amber Eyes with them now, yeah, they broke away. So you can actually just tell by the 5 males and a young female that's in the breakaway as sub-adults. We can call them sub-adults, or you can actually almost call them, it's sub-adults, because they're not really adults yet. They haven't got a territory, or they're not mating or anything like that. So they're pretty much sub-adults at the moment. But that's the way I can tell. I mean, with Amber Eyes as well, I mean, I know Amber, she's definitely got that right neck, top of her right ear. So it's also pretty much a given for her, and that real pinkish greyish nose of hers. So yeah, that's what I won't say like I said breakaway now, but it's more like it is the Nkuhuma sub-adults, but they've broken away. I mean, it's going to be interesting times still to come. I think, especially with these 5 young boys, once they get pushed out by the Avoca males, that's now, of course, the dominant males in this area. That's their father or fathers. So once they get pushed out of this area, they're going to become nomadic. Usually takes about 1.5 years, 2 years of being nomadic males, looking for a void, or looking for an area which they can take over. And also where there's more female prides in those areas and that. Now, being 5 males is a formidable coalition. I mean, that's if they all stick together. I mean, I've seen coalitions do split sometimes. But for 5 males, if they do stick together, or if it's even 4 males, it's definitely it's going to be a formidable coalition. So for them to take over an area, it will be easier compared to being a single male by yourself, heading out and looking for a territory by yourself. I mean, then you're competing with 2 males, 3 males, 4 males. That's the chance of your success is very minimal. Yes, I've seen a male called the Ottawa male back down in the southwest of the Sabi Sands. He had the Mangeni pride, and that was his pride. And he was a beautiful male, but unfortunately he was a single male, so he didn't really have any other prides in his territory. So when we've got 5 males and they've got a very, very big territory, one day these guys are going to have at least maybe 2-3 female prides in their territory. So they're not going to always just sit with one pride. Not like a single male like the Ottawa male. He just sat with the Mangenis because he didn't have any other backup. His backup was the females. But now these guys can always break off, and two can be with one pride, you know, making sure that they can still get confidence in that coalition. Another two can be with another pride, or one can be with another pride. So it's, if you've got more in the coalition, you've got a better chance kind of just controlling that area, that territory of yours. I always say, like, you're going into a battle, for instance, you know, you don't want to have one man going into a battle. You want to have an army going into a battle. Well, while we sit here a little bit longer, I'm not going to, because we're going to maybe come back a little bit later when it gets a bit cooler. But while we sit here a little bit now, let's go to Kelly while she's sitting at the dam, and let's see what she's got down that side.
Very nice, Cedric. Hopefully they will indeed give you a bit of action, and if not, maybe later on this afternoon. I've just found this grey heron. They don't normally go into the water this deep. That's really wading in there, maybe looking for slightly bigger fish and things to catch in the water there. These grey herons, they stand almost a metre. So they are big birds. They're tall, and it really helps them with this wading into water, those long legs to help them spear or catch fish in the water. When we talk about stealth hunters, we instinctively think about leopards. These herons also incredibly stealthy, patient hunters or predators. It looks like he's looking up. Linda, yes, I also love watching these herons. Their patience, their consistency, their focus. Those very slow, deliberate movements through the water. I agree, Linda. It's lovely to watch them. And we often see kills as well with these birds. Patience is indeed a virtue. I haven't had another glimpse of our elephant that was across at the back of the dam a little bit earlier. I think I'm going to take a drive maybe down. What's this heron doing? They don't normally sit like that in the water. Maybe it is actually quite warm today. Maybe it's cooling down. Or maybe he's creating some I've never thought about this. Maybe we can ask Cedric if he's ever heard of this, but maybe he's sort of creating some shadow with his body there. Him, her, not sure. So the same as we see those, I think they're ground herons? I'm not sure. Those herons that spread their wings to create like an umbrella of shade, and their little fish will come and sit underneath. I wonder if this heron's doing that. It would make sense. I've never seen one do it before, but maybe Cedric's seen it before or read it somewhere. Huh. It's completely still. Auntie, yes, that long neck has gone right back into its body there, in a sort of S sort of shape. Very flexible. I can't, other than cooling down or this shade for hunting, I've never seen this before. There's not lots of logs or overhanging branches and things in this dam, so the little fish haven't really got anywhere to go and shelter and hide. I think that must be what's happening here. I also thought earlier I've never, excuse me, I've never seen a baby heron. They leave the nest. These herons are monogamous for one breeding season, and the chicks leave the nest when they're about just under sort of about 55 days old. Oh, look, he stood up again. Is he gonna... He's now stood up completely straight with his wings submerged. You can see those feathers on its back blowing in the breeze. The breeze is quite pleasant this afternoon. It is up in the low 30s this afternoon. The sun's still quite high. I think it's just about 3 o'clock here in South Africa. But yeah, I've never seen a baby heron. This heron still hasn't struck. See, that's a perfect indication of nature. I'm sitting here thinking, oh, it's been there ages. But this heron has infinite patience. Crouched right down there. Joy. Yes, sorry, Joy 1980. It could well be that. Oh, no, oh, up. Did you get something? It could be that this bird's just hot. I've never watched a heron do this before though, but it could be. It's warm. Might just be in here cooling down. And look how that neck, that neck has just expanded again from being coiled into that body and now standing tall again. Vicky, yes, yeah, I think you're right. It is a hunting posture. I've never seen a heron crouch down like this, so deep in the water though. But I'm sure you're right. I'm sure this heron is creating some shade, creating an area where fish might congregate, where they might hide. Oh, or could be having a bath. I think we might have just got our answer. Unless... And now back into that crouch position. And by tucking that long neck in as well, it will help conserving heat. Not as much surface area is exposed there. Steve, if there was a crocodile in here, it would certainly try and take this heron. Crocodiles will eat almost anything they can get in their mouths. But as far as we know, there is no crocodile or crocodiles in here. But I was taught many years ago, if it's bigger than a sink, there might be a crocodile in it. So we don't know of any crocodiles in here, but they would happily try and sneak up. Again, incredible stealth predators. That would almost be a stealth face-off between a crocodile and a heron. But if these herons can see tiny little fish, little tiny tilapia and things in the water, one would assume that they would also spot a crocodile trying to sneak up. Yeah. I guess this heron is just having a bath. Or maybe it was hunting, decided it wasn't working. I've got no idea, but what interesting behaviour. I've never sat and watched this before. I wonder if, I'm not sure how deep this water is here. Maybe it was sitting down. It folded its legs and sat down in the water. Well, I never. Hi, geese. Heather, indeed, absolute slow-mo. And we're done. Bath time complete. But you can see now it's out the water how big this bird is and how squished up it was. I've never watched a heron have a bath before. Absolutely fantastic. Huh. Every day is a school day. Back to hunting. I think I'm going to carry on down Central Road, maybe head south. And I'm going to send you back over to Cedric, who I think is still with his lions.
Yes, welcome back to the Nkuhuma subadults breakaways. Yeah, just still lying exactly where we got them. One or two just moved position, just following the shade of the tree. But yes, I fully agree. That is fantastic that Kelly got to see a grey heron taking a bath. You don't see that every day. That is absolutely amazing because they're always in the water, so you never think they will really bunch up and squish themselves into the water. But that is fantastic. Nice sighting that. But yeah, no, we've got definitely the sleeping cats here. But as I said, you never know. Later on, they will start moving. But yeah, so they're very opportunistic. You must remember cats, even lions and leopards. If anything does come past you, say for instance down the road, a impala, herd of impala start moving through here, you'll get one or two that's going to be interested, especially that they are sub-adults. It's a little bit more energy compared to the older and more experienced lions. But as well, looking at their tummies, I mean, a few of their tummies is, it's not flat. They have had something to eat in the last day or two, definitely. Most of them. I mean, you got 5 young boys, 5 young males. I mean, that's it's growing males, and it takes a lot for all of them to really have a fair share if they do bring something down. So something like substantial zebra. Yeah, Paul, good afternoon. Thank you. Welcome to WildEarth. Yes, it is so nice seeing them nap like that. I wish I could sleep like a lion. But then again, they're also very much semi-conscious. So actually, then again, I don't wish I could sleep like a lion, because if I do, I'll be half awake all the time, and that won't be good. I mean, if the lions now, I mean, if I have to just rustle some grass or break some leaves or a branch now without the vehicle moving, you'll find that all of a sudden it's a natural noise to them. Something is approaching, something's there, and you'll get them immediately all up. So yeah, that's why they don't go into a complete conscious state of sleep. Ears are always moving, listening, and of course the nose is always picking up scent that's coming through with the wind. Nikki, good afternoon. Fantastic question. Because they are from the same pride, is it possible for them to mate with each other? It is. Incest does happen with lions, actually quite often. Now, that's a very interesting thing now, because now through evolution, that's why a male lion will only hold a territory for around about 6 years, 5-6 years. So in that 5-6 years, you'll find you'll have most probably one daughter that comes through past the age of 3 years old in the pride that he mated with, and you'll find sometimes him mating with that daughter. And of course, the genetics that do deteriorate, it does become a weaker gene. But then all of a sudden, if he does have another daughter, by the time she gets to 3.5, 4 years old, that's the age that they really start ovulating and going into heat. At that age, by that time, that male, the father of that pride, then is too old to hold a territory and most probably 10 to 1 being pushed out by younger males, new genes, and then it just strengthens the pride again. So if you actually look definitely at the numbers in pride, it's like the Styx pride. I mean, I've witnessed the Styx pride for many years, even the Nkuhuma pride for many years. And I've seen how the numbers go up and down, up and down, up and down. So sometimes you get really good genes coming through, then the weak genes, the good genes. So it all depends. Now, like the Avoca males mated with these females. And of course, now none of these females are the daughters of, or the females that can go into heat are the daughters of the Avocas. So now this is new blood, new genes that's in this area. And of course, those genes have taken over from the Birmingham coalition genes. So that's why that's why the males do not they'll get to the ages of like 12, 13, 14 years old. But by the time they get to 10, 11 years old, by 10, 11 years old, they're at that age of, well, they're getting pushed out. They cannot hold that territory anymore. And they'll only start with a territory at around about 4, 5, say 5 years old. They'll only have start a territory. So 5 to 11, so it's about 6 years holding an area, and that's why it does happen, that incest. But it's over evolution and adaptation of the lions and the dynamics where they actually do not mate too far and weaken the genes.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Prylands. At the moment, we've got the camera on a number of serrated hinged terrapins, which is one of the 2 species of terrapin which we find in the Lowveld. We also find another 2 species of tortoise in this area, which includes both the leopard tortoise, which is our largest tortoise species, as well as the hinged tortoise that we also have in the area. Going back to the terrapins, we also quite often will find that they climb onto these logs to expose themselves to the late afternoon sun as well as early morning sun before they will go into the water and where they will stay for the rest of the evening. The reason why they like staying in water at night time is because water temperature is more consistent. It's also the very same reason why crocodiles are more active at night when it does come to hunting. And they pretty much share the same sandbanks and places to actually increase their body temperatures, as both of these species are dependent on the temperature of the sun to increase and regulate their body temperature. We also find that both terrapins and crocodiles are also dependent on temperature to determine which sex the eggs is going to develop into. But when it does come to terrapins and tortoises, it's just the opposite way around. When it does come to the terrapins, we find that females are the ones that are developing at higher temperatures of approximately 31 to 34 degrees Celsius, while the males will be produced at temperatures of approximately 26 to 30 degrees Celsius. And as mentioned, the opposite is true, and when it does come to crocodiles, the cooler temperatures will lead to the formation of females, and then the warmer temperatures will lead to the development of males. But over the last few years, they've also found that there's an increase in a skewed sex ratio when it does come to crocodiles. And one of the reasons is a large amount of invasive plant species which is taking up the riverbanks in South Africa along the major river systems where crocodiles breed. And this creates shade, which has definitely influenced the outcome of having more females developing than males.
Hurrah, it worked. This bird's been sitting here for a little while, and it stayed put. what hasn't already been said about these beautiful lilac-breasted rollers? I know that I've never managed to get that perfect roller shot, that photo that everyone is always hoping for, with those wings spread against a nice clear background. I've found with these birds, when you want them to stay still for a photo, they fly, and then vice versa. You stay there with your camera lined up for
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're still busy looking at our serrated hinge terrapins. And a little bit earlier, we were discussing how temperature actually influences sexism. And when it comes to the cooler development of eggs, we find that they will develop into males, while the warmer eggs will actually lead to the development of females. And those temperatures for the warmer development that leads to females are on a range of 31 to 34 degrees Celsius, while the 26 to 30 degrees Celsius range is where males are derived from. We also do find that it also affects crocodiles, but just the opposite way around. There's a few things I do find particularly interesting about many of the terrapin species, and that's that they will often climb on animals such as hippos to actually clean them from parasites which they would have accumulated on their skin while they were out feeding at night. We also have seen them over the years that they will actually swim up to animals that are busy drinking, and where their legs are in the water, they just simply nibble the ticks off their legs as the ticks start moving higher up as they want to escape from the water. There's also some species that has been reputed to actually act in a very similar way as crocodiles, and they'll simply ambush little birds that come to drink and then drown them and then consume them. In general, we find that they almost eat anything, and they also quite often will feed on carcasses. And very often I have actually seen them associating where crocodiles have been feeding and where they can get little scraps, as well as where they're directly feeding on carcasses that are floating in water bodies, even though there might not be any crocodiles in that specific water body. When it does come to tortoises and terrapins, we find that they're resident species. However, we also will find that the terrapins will actually move big distances overland to find new water bodies if it's necessary. But what still amazes me is the third group of shield reptiles that we find on our coast, which is the turtles, which are sea-dwelling shield reptiles, and that many of those will actually swim several thousands of kilometers to areas where they will actually go and breed and then swim back to our coastline again. While a small number of those species also breed on our coastline. Good afternoon, Joey, and welcome to the show. And Joey's question is, if terrapins can walk on land for long periods of time? Yes, they can do so. And I've tracked them actually already for several kilometers on land. And quite often it's because they do want to go and look for new water bodies when a dam actually dries up. But they can also estivate in the mud during periods of drought. And their feet is pretty well adapted for walking as well as for swimming, as they've got clawed feet as well as webbed feet. So the combination thereof enables them to be very effective in propelling themselves through water, but also to climb onto objects such as hippos and logs, but also to walk big distances over land. Unlike that of tortoises, which simply only has clawed feet. But what I do find interesting when it does come to tortoises, there's one tortoise species which really stands out when it comes to swimming, and that's the leopard tortoise, and they're very good at doing so. We're going to stick around our dam for a little bit longer as it's still pretty warm, and if it does cool down a little bit later, we definitely go for a short little walk. We also would like to also later on go and explore one of the other dams and see if there's any elephants coming in to drink. But for now, let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
Back. Okay, I've left the Nkuhuma sub-adults. Still lying exactly, no changes there. We'll be going back there. As soon as it starts becoming a little bit cooler, I'll head back into that area and try and relocate on them and get a little bit more of activity that side. What I'm doing now, I'm on Triple M North because they left and they lost tortoise pan male leopard just to the east of us. So that was actually just south of where the Nkuhumas were now. North of where the Nkuhumas were, in the drainage line. So I wonder if he didn't carry on coming south through the drainage line, maybe bumped into those Nkuhumas and turned back onto Triple M North where we are now. So I'm just making sure that I'm not going to miss a track here, but there's unfortunately, a lot of vehicles up and down here. A lot of vehicles up and down here during the day because it is one of the main roads into where all the lodges are and all that. So, yeah, there's a lot of disturbance around here. As well as what is also very fascinating, I'll actually go grab a map just now. I'll actually want to show you exactly where we had the telemates last night and where the Nkuhumas are now. It is about maybe give and take 200 meters, 150 meters. So if those telemates were exactly where they were last night, now that would be so close to each other. That would be very interesting. But I wonder if there's those two prides have bumped into each other. I'm sure because it's back and forth. Nkuhumas and telemates are back and forth all over. Oh yeah. Sorry, I just got some tracks here. Okay, that's just where the Nkuhumas came in, because the Nkuhumas are just here, so this is where they came in. Okay, no, don't worry, that's line tracks. But yeah, would be very interesting to see what would happen.
I wanted to come and just check Hyena Road. I haven't been out for 2 drives now, and it's always nice to reacquaint yourself with any tracks, any movements. I haven't heard anything on the wild dogs lately. I might check some of the cut lines, see if there's any signs of them crossing in or out. We just had a little leopard tortoise on the road. Just as JP was discussing terrapins and tortoises, but the tortoise ducked into this long grass and vanished. This time of the year, there's not many of the smaller things that we can pick up if they move into the long grass. just heard a woodpecker over here. Sounded like a bearded woodpecker. I'm going to see if I can't find this woodpecker and send you across to JP, who I think's at the dam.
Welcome back to Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at two water thickneys, which is one of two species of thickneys which we find in South Africa. One is water associated that we have over here, and the other one is known as a spotted thickney, which tends to be less often associating with water and tends to also be found quite often in arid open areas and in sport fields and even in suburban areas where you can often hear them at night. When you do look at them, you'll see that they're fairly long-legged birds with fairly large eyes, and the reason why they've got such large eyes is that they can gather maximum amount of light under low light conditions when they're generally active at night time. And they mostly feed on insects, and we just saw one of them a few seconds ago before the camera got onto them, busy feeding on an insect. So when it does come to the name thickney, you might wonder why they are called thickney. And it's because of its swollen appearance of the tubertarsal joints, which I have. One of the older names, but some of the viewers actually might know them by, is actually a duckkop, which means a thick head. But in recent years, the two species have been changed to thickneys. There's also a number of similar species that also belongs to the very same genus, which you also can find across the rest of the world and in Europe. And the ones that I used to find in the UK was stone curlews, and I used to love watching them. When it comes to separating water thickney as well as the spotted thickney, it's actually fairly easy to separate the two different species. We can use both habitat in our favor to actually separate the two, but occasionally you are going to find water thickneys feeding away from water. But you'll notice that there's a prominent white wing bar on the side of a water thickney. And you will also notice when you do see them and are familiar with both species that they appear smaller in the field. Well, the spotted thickney is much larger and much darker in appearance and lacks that white wing bar. A few days ago, we were actually very lucky in terms of watching them, and I noticed that they had their wings open and they were pushing something away, which is a threat display when a predator does approach them. We did find, with a closer inspection, that it was actually a puff adder that came down to come and have a drink. Very soon, the alarm calls and the behavior also lured in Egyptian geese and blacksmith lapwings and some hornbills and even a little grebe that actually came to have a look. My apologies there, I was just focusing on what I was going to say. If I can just ask to please repeat Amanda's comment or question. It is pretty amazing, and when it also comes to another bird that comes to mind, which has a really thin pair of legs and a very pair of long legs, and that's a black-winged stilt, which actually has the longest legs relative to any bird's body size. So if you could compare them and size them to that of an ostrich, they would still, and they were the same size, they would still the legs would still be much longer in length. And it's just amazing how those thin little stick-like legs can support them as well. And legs is also quite often a wonderful way of separating very similar species. And some species might have thin legs, some species might have thick legs, although their plumage might appear the same. And you can also take in consideration the length and color of their legs when it does come to identifying them. And meanwhile, let's go and see what Cedric is doing.
Yes, welcome back. I understand with thick knees, those little legs and those big bodies, it is really amazing how they can actually carry that body around, like most birds. But as well, like I'm just driving down this road. This is called Mukwa. So of course this is very much parallel to Triple M North going south. Maybe a little female called Shadow that used to, I had Shadow a few times on this road because this was part of a territory back in the days. That was one of Karula's daughters. Female leopard, and I remember that the one day we actually found her tracks on this road, and we actually followed and the tracks disappeared. But that's when she had Sandile. It was a little male cub. By that time, I think that cub was about 8, 9, 10 months old. And we found her tracks and found Sandile's tracks, or the male cub's tracks, with her going down this road. And my tracker and myself, eventually we had to get off the vehicle because we lost the tracks. So we got off the vehicle. It's not far down from this side. I remember around this area. Got off the vehicle and we just walked. My tracker carried on walking up the road. So I went back to where the last tracks were, you know, kind of where we lost them. And as I looked down at the ground, I walked into the bush a little bit, looking maybe I could find a track or two inside the bushes. True as Bob, there was Shadow with a little Sandile. And she gave me a proper rev. She almost bounced on her back legs like that towards me. I thought that was my ticket to heaven. Honestly, I thought I was gone. she really gave me a fright that day. And I shouted. I was just like, hey, hey! I think I shouted so loud. Of course, my guests heard this. Shouted so loud that she bolted with Sandile, like gone. So of course my tracker heard this. He came running back, and I told him, well, I found Shadow, and she just bolted that side. He's like, you, he says, but yeah, you scream. I said, yeah, I screamed like anything. And I screamed so loud that she ran so far that we could not even relocate her again. I think she, at that time, I think she might have ended up in Kruger Park. But yeah, no, that was a day that Shadow gave me a proper scare. Yes. But yeah. Yeah, that lineage from Karula, Tandi and Shadow, they all got the typical same ways. Same ways. I've had my fair share of them. Thank you. But yeah, I'm just carrying on down this road now. I'm thinking about Shadulu. Because Shadulu was seen around here yesterday. Pretty much this is part of her territory. So yeah. Benedict, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to WildEarth. Thank you very much for the question. My favorite leopard of all time, well, it is Tandi. Tandi was pretty much the first leopard that I saw when I got into the northern Sabi Sands, into this area in 2010. At the beginning of 2010, and she gave me one of the most amazing sightings. It's just the way she was, just a character. She was something unique, and even the way she looked. As I said, they got that typical from Karula. Even Shadow and Tandi together look so alike. It's like two peas in a pod. And it's like the saying, there's a saying we say is that the apple does not fall far from the tree, and that is so true with the two of them. So Tandi is still by far my favorite. I love all leopards. I think each one has got its own character, but just because of my experience with her, so yeah, she's definitely my top. So yeah, it is sad that she is getting to that age now, but I guess everything has to end something. Everything has to end some way. So, but just hope I get to see her quite a few more times, and I never know. But anyway, so yeah, this is Shadulu's area. So I'm just hoping maybe we pick up on her around here. Maybe a tortoise pan, maybe way further south, maybe looking for her because she was in this area. Apparently, I know that Ben told me that the tortoise pan male was scent marking this morning, and he was on a mission up and down. So I wonder if he didn't pick up on the scent of her. He's trying to find her from yesterday. So yeah, it's very possible. That's why I'm just making sure I'm looking through this. Just really looking through this area and hopefully holding thumbs that we can pick up on another leopard around here. But anyway, let's head to Kelly, and she's got something small to show you.
I have found something small. It's a dung beetle just perched on the top of this boop. Very late in the season. Some of these smaller dung pad beetles will indeed lay eggs directly into the dung pad. Oh, it's ducked down the other side now. So these beetles, these dung beetles, fall into the order Coleoptera, which is an incredibly large order with something like 370,000 species worldwide and about 18,000 in South or Southern Africa. Just see it moving around on the top of this dung here. So all beetles have got chewing mouth parts. There's lots of them will feed on plant material. Other beetles will be predatory or even parasitic. These dung beetles, clues in the name, feed on mostly plant material. We do sometimes see dung beetles utilizing scat, but much more often we see them utilizing herbivore dung. So it's not all dung beetles that will. That very classic image of a dung beetle we all have where they roll that ball. They are the telecoprids, so they will take their dung ball away and they will bury it, often more than one in a close together with their larva inside those dung balls, and it's those dung balls that we often see dug up by often honey badgers will locate a little dung ball nest and they will crack through that dung, and those dung balls are hard and they can get big, but those honey badgers have no problem crunching through the outer casing so they can feed on those dung larvae that live inside the balls. I can see a tiny bit of this beetle through my binoculars. It looks like it might be one of the bronzy dung beetles, but with over 18,000 species, it's always a little bit of a chance to try and identify these. Janice, that is a really good question. I've had many questions about dung balls and dung beetles over the years. Those larvae actually feed on the dung, and they basically they'll feed from the inside out, so the outer casing of that dung ball actually gets thinner, so not as difficult to break. But it's a really good question. One of the questions that I've mused many times is, we know that the male has a dung ball, the female lays her eggs in there, and then that's where the eggs hatch and the larvae start to feed. But I've always been curious as to how she gets her eggs in there. And insects do have an ovipositor, but we've always just worked out that, I've had this conversation with many guides over a dinner table, that the eggs will be, see, this is what I've never managed to work out. The eggs are inside, and the female only decides on the dung ball when it's a good sized dung ball. So we always assume that she has an ovipositor to get her eggs inside that dung ball. But that's a very good question, though. Dung beetles are fascinating. All insects are just, they're amazing. I'm going through a intense insect arthropod curiosity phase at the moment, and they're just amazing. Some of the features that these insects are able to demonstrate that we still don't understand, I find absolutely fascinating.
Welcome back to Eco Training for Islands. So far we've been looking at terrapins as well as a number of different bird species this afternoon. And at the same time we're waiting for some animals to make their way towards the water, as it's again an incredibly warm and humid afternoon. And hopefully we'll have some elephants coming down here very soon. We've also heard the calls of a number of different bird species that are flying overhead as well as coming in to drink. And two of those are barn swallows as well as European bee-eaters. And both of these are palearctic migrants, birds that migrate into Europe and North Africa and in parts of Asia. We do find that some of them will actually cover distances of approximately some 12,000 kilometers. And one of the biggest hurdles that these birds have to cross on their journey back into Europe is to actually cross the Sahara Desert, which is also several kilometers, 1,000 kilometers from north to south in distance. As there's also no resources, that's one of the inside this environment, they do have to make that hop across it. It's also interesting, if you historically look at the Sahara Desert, it actually used to be a wet environment up to a few thousand years ago. When it does come to migration, we find that many of these insect eaters, such as barn swallows as well as European bee-eaters, all actually migrate at night. While the larger birds of prey, as well as storks, which do migrate back into Europe, all do so at daytime. And the reason why they do it at daytime is simple, because there's a sufficient amount of heat and thermals which they can use for gliding from one thermal to the next, which doesn't cost them much in energy. However, many of the small insect-eating birds actually have to fatten up before they start their whole migratory journey. And this will provide them with a sufficient amount of fuel on their journey. And when fat metabolizes, it also turns into water, which gives them a sufficient amount of water.
Hey, welcome back. I'm just out on Shabamu Road heading south. Didn't really get anything further, no tracks really around Mukwa, Zoe's, that area. I thought maybe I'll find for tortoise-pan or for Shadulu, female and the male leopard. I thought maybe I'll find a track or two that side, but fortunately no luck. There's a couple of wallows around here. I just want to take a look at these wallows. Maybe lucky with elephants, because I haven't seen any elephants now. I'm really also very interested in finding some. I'm looking at most of these mud wallows or the pans and dams around here, especially that they're still very hot at the moment. Oh, I don't know if we can get that beautiful lilac-breasted roll up there, Eckhard. You think maybe a little bit back, huh? Can you see it? Do you think, oh, beautiful lilac-breasted rider, also in the shade at the moment. One thing, the birds, they can handle hot days way better than we can. Well, their body temperature around about maybe 2 to 3 degrees Celsius higher than a human's temperature. But if they're really hot, usually you'll find that their beaks will be open and they'll actually kind of flap their tongue up and down just to kind of release the hot air, and that's just to cool down much more for themselves, especially on hot days. But can you see them? I can get there now, in the shade there. It's such a beautiful bird that, I mean, it's just that the colors, even in the shade, it's still pretty. But it's way more spectacular once that sun really hits those feathers and it reflects that beautiful electric blue, that lilac color on its breast, and even the green on the top back part of its head. They're really, really stunning birds. And main thing, of course, with them, that's why they always usually sit on the, like, tips of the branches or the trees. They actually act like flowers, just with that coloration, especially with the lilac-breasted roller, because it's not a migrant. And for insectivorous, most of the insectivorous birds do migrate north of the equator after our summer has passed and the winter starts, because our insects, of course, deteriorates. The number of insects deteriorates in this area at that time. And you'll find that the lilac-breasted roller will actually remain here, not migrate, and will actually use that coloration as pretty much to attract any insect. Well, it's going down for maybe a kill there. I'm just going to take a look quickly around. It might come back up again. Here he comes back. It's got something. Lyra, good afternoon. Good afternoon. No, they cannot. They do not attract each other. So they can't. A lilac-breasted roller won't be able to mate with a European roller. Unfortunately, they, different, same family, different species. So it's the same. It's like lions and leopards, for instance. It's also the same family, different species. So with the rollers, it does not. They do not attract one another. So. But I'm sure, I'm sure if something does happen, I'm sure maybe it could happen, but not that I've known. But they do not understand each other, their calls. So even them, their ritual to attract a partner is different. They do, all of them are rollers, so that species does roll, but each one will have a different kind of way of rolling to attract the partner. So, of course, your lilac-breasted rollers rolling will be different, and even the call itself is different. So there's no attraction to any cross-species there. Anyway, let's head off to Tree Dams. Treehouse Dam. Let's go to Treehouse Dam. Tree Dam. When I'm saying Tree Dam. Treehouse Dam. And let's see if we can find anything at that water hole. We might be lucky. There's always some water here to the left. I'm just double check slow. Yeah, well, I'll carry on ambling along here, heading towards Treehouse Dam. Let's head back to Kelly while she's also heading to a dam.
Good luck at Treehouse Dam there, Cedric. I know Ben has been looking for elephants for days now. I didn't get another visual of, it was a single elephant across the back of the dam close to camp. I'm here at Bottles Hook Dam. And it's actually beautiful. It's always a good idea when it's still quite hot to come and check these dams. There's still a light breeze. It's actually lovely here, listening to the birds, Birchall starlings, blacksmith's lapwings. You can see that leaf of that apple. I think it's an apple leaf there, has been heavily utilized by insects. I'm not sure what caterpillars would have done this. I'm sure there is a specific caterpillar that's related to this tree, but I've got no idea what's fed on these leaves. But everything is stocking up. Everything is feeding. Caterpillars grow incredibly quickly. Some plants that can actually pick up the smell of caterpillars feeding on them. It's a fairly new... Oh, hello. Hi, hippo. Come to join the party. So recent discoveries suggest that the trees can actually produce caterpillar chemical smell, which encourages things that hunt or predate on the caterpillars to come and eat them. Amazing, those smells produced will attract parasitic wasps and they will come and take those caterpillars, and the tree is free from their little munchy caterpillars that have been feeding on it. Nature is incredible. Nice shot of the back of these ears here. And they're gone. There's quite a few Egyptian geese on the other side, although I can see I think I've seen 4, so not lots. Recently I was actually at a dam not too far from here, not in the Sabi Sands, but just outside. Joanna, yes, it's amazing the intricate little designs and perfect floors that these leaf feeders can add to these trees and these leaves. And the hippo's back. Yeah, it was a dam not too far from here, and it was at night time. I was actually there at night, and I think I counted more than 50 Egyptian geese there, which is the first time I've actually seen that. All at it wasn't a big dam, it's not much bigger than this dam we're at now, but they were all hanging out there at night, sort of, midnight. I've never seen that before. This fallen dead tree at the back here. There's been some fantastic things we've seen in this tree, and I think this is a really good tree to pick, and we will be able to monitor the water levels of this dam. So you can see the water's edge is just at the edge of this fallen branch, just below the V of this fallen branch, and it's going to recede quickly now. I'm going to stay here for a while longer. This is a lovely spot to just listen and watch. Gorgeous view of this dam. I'm just going to sit quietly here at Buffelshoek Dam and enjoy the birds. The grasses are really starting to change colour now. The change in seasons mean the change in colours. Time sitting at a dam is always time well spent.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands, and for the moment we are looking at the tracks of a big herd of buffalo that came through this area. Well, it's not only this for tracks that we find, we also see that there's a large number of dung that has been deposited right over here. We can actually have a look at it, and it's already dried out fairly quickly, which would indicate this has been actually done early this morning. And then right over here we've also got some of the tracks. And quite often this track is often confused with that of giraffe. However, it is almost as broad as well as long, and if you compare that to a giraffe, it appears more square-shaped in appearance than that of a giraffe's track, which appears much more rectangular. And when we do look at giraffe, we'll also see that there's a large amount of swill that gets pushed up in the front part of the foot, which we don't see with buffalo, and that's due to that large negative space which is underneath the front part of the hoof. And what we can normally notice is that the front is much larger and much more rounded in appearance compared to the hind foot, which is slightly narrower and not as large. And this is typical with most animals, where the majority of the weight gets carried on the front foot or front part of the body, and therefore the front feet is generally larger. There is a few exceptions in the rule, and aardvark is one of those exceptions which we do find. We can also potentially confuse the track of buffalo with that of Cape Eland. However, Cape Eland appears much more elongated and almost looks like a miniature version of a giraffe track, and there's generally a distinct overlap between the one part of a hoof, which makes it appear shorter on the inner side of a hoof, while the outer appears slightly longer. One of the things that I do often notice is when we do start following the tracks, we normally see that they actually will form a precise straight line. And generally when you're on that direction, you can put your money on it. But if you pop out several blocks further and you keep that straight line, you'll most likely find the tracks coming out in that specific spot. Good afternoon and welcome to the show. And with a question has been asked if we have more buffalo than elephants. It depends. Sometimes we have more buffalo on the property, while other times we've got more elephants. I've personally seen more elephants in shorter periods of time. For example, in a 3-hour period at some of the water holes, compared to what I've seen buffalo over several periods of or days. But we do have a number of very big herds that come through, and sometimes 2 of those big herds actually pop up on the property to come and drink at the different dams. And those 2 different groups range between 80 and 100 individuals, and the second group that used to come through here was slightly larger in number. Also quite interesting to notice that I've been watching this group lately is that there's a larger number of young individuals in the group now too. So they've definitely increased in number. While we just quickly over here and link, before we link to Ben, I just wanted to quickly point out this banded groundling, which is a female banded groundling that just came to land where we were pointing the camera, and as Paul was pulling the camera away, he was most likely disturbing small little insects, and that is precisely what they grabbed on the wing. And here's a male right over here. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
Yes, welcome back. It's got two beautiful female kudu. You can browsing here on one of the large fruited bush willow. Of course, one of the bush willows, one of the combretums, it's really nice and palatable. And so the pods of the bush willows, they love. And of course, you can see with these kudu, now with the females here, there's several of them around here. There's not 4 or 5 so far that I've counted. Of course, not like the impala. Impala is all pretty much a mixture, the harems, where the kudu is pretty much your family related. So you'll find it your sisters, your daughters, grannies, mothers, they're all pretty much related in ways. And of course, controlled by big dominant male. As you know, the big dominant male's got those big spiraled horns, but unfortunately, it looks like they're moving further away. But anyways, I was going to talk about quickly now where the telemates. We had the telemates last night. So, well, the telemates pretty much is now Juma. So the telemates we had at Impala Road with power lines. So we had the telemates just there last night. And now where we had the Nkuhuma sub-adults, we just had them exactly just here, Impala Plains. This is the big open plains, so we just had them just there. So from there to there. So that's around about, as I say, about 200 meters from each other. But now, of course, the telemates went over, and they've got the tracks of the Nkuhumas coming in this way. So they went in there and coming in that way. So I don't know if they bumped into each other last night. If so, it would be very interesting to see. But I guess time will tell. But other than that, all the Nkuhumas, they all look pretty fine. There's no scratches on them. Doesn't look like they in any distress. So yeah, I think it seems like they ate for a way. So I'm going to continue going towards Treehouse Dam. What am I saying? Twin Dams. The Twin Dams is right in front of us. I'm just going to take a look that side. Had some elephant tracks heading in a direction earlier on, but not many elephants, maybe 2 or 3 elephants that was heading into that direction. Nice, freshish tracks during the day. So hopefully they did end up there, and hopefully they are still around that side. So we'll take a look. I guess let's see. So the day is still very warm. Not much, a couple of clouds in the sky, but it's still just really almost cloudless day. I did speak to one of my colleagues from the western area of from the property where we are now. And they did locate on that pack of wild dogs that we were looking for this morning. They did cross over Triple M North into the western area from Juma Private Game Reserve. So I'm hoping they do come back east. So and they're not too far. So if they do come back, it'll be very. Won't take long for them to bump into Juma. And hopefully later this afternoon or this today, or if not, tomorrow morning. But you know, the wild dogs can travel very quickly and very far. So after what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to Twin Dams, going to take a look what's happening in Twin Dams. From there, I'm going to head back to where the Nkuhumas are. Just going to go see if we can relocate on the Nkuhumas, and once we can relocate on it, because then by that time it's going to start getting a little bit cooler and hopefully more activity. Anyway, while I continue to Twin Dams, let's head to Kelly.
There is indeed some dam hopping going on this afternoon. We've got a few more Egyptian geese building up, but this is such a serene atmosphere here this afternoon. I'm just going to let you enjoy the noises of the bush. Helen, yes. So peaceful. Time spent here is never time wasted. I really could sit here all afternoon.
Yes, welcome back. Sorry, I think Wendy's just got a couple of gremlins there, but yeah, welcome back this side on Gowrie Main. Stopping a couple of beautiful young male impala to the left that we're going to quickly shine. Well, they just not trying to roll back for them here. Looks like they're going further in. Some nice young male impalas. Of course, they're not these younger boys at the moment, especially the yearlings and the ones that's around about just 1.5 now. They're not really going to compete for, harems. It's usually now ones that usually get over at the ages of 3 years old. Once they start getting bigger and stronger, especially at this time of the year, all the impalas are busy rutting now, or getting to that point of rutting. So I can't wait for the sparring and for the chasing, and yeah. Very nice to know, very nice to know. But it's always good. Yeah, male impalas being taken by things like leopard, very opportunistic. The males, they are not really concentrating on what's happening with them. You know, while they're busy sparring, what's happening around them. Those leopard will take that up. Most of the time this year, or this time of the year, most of your prey species is pretty much preyed on male impala. And hopefully we can get a couple of male impala in a tree sooner or later. That's some nice leopard action. And this here's one of the nice big deads. It looks like a nice old marula tree that's actually died that side now. Of course, been ring barked. You can just see how no leaves. Of course, it's not going to take long, especially for the old marulas. Once the wood boring beetles start boring into there and laying their eggs, you'll find it'll break. Usually will just break easily. Continue, heading still on the west, on Gowrie Main. At least old Rusty's behaving today. Yesterday afternoon she gave me a little bit of problems. Yeah, looks like today she's doing well for us. What a girl, what a girl, what a mighty girl. Rusty Rust. I'm just thinking maybe to head towards those Nkuhumas. I'm thinking I might head towards or go along Zoe's. Yeah, Zoe's. I think Zoe's, because I've done Mukwa, and Zoe's is now just a little bit east of Mukwa. So I'm still thinking of Tortoispan and Shidulu. I'm just making sure, because I didn't get any of the tracks of Tortoispan crossing Triple M North. Nothing. So I'm sure we have to maybe take a look a little bit further west. Especially that the lions were there, and that's where Tortoispan was this morning, just north of them. So we kind of pushed him a little bit further in. Nothing there.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at a long-tailed paradise WildEarth that's busy feeding on some seeds on the ground. You'll also notice that there's a number of females that are surrounding him. And quite often when we do see this bird, it's actually perched up and attracting females to come and visit. Once he's mated with those females, the females then will move off and go and parasitize the nest of a green-winged petilia, which is their host species. And they, in their case, they only have a single host, unlike many of the different cuckoos, as well as honey guides, which has got a multitude of different hosts which they will parasitize. We see this behavior of where the male will advertise and then attract a number of females to him is known as arena or lecking behavior. And it's also quite common in other brood parasite species, such as the indigo birds. And when we do find it in passerines, where this behavior comes forth, it only seems to occur within brood parasites. However, with other species of birds where we find arena or lecking behavior taking place, they always have to have precocial young, which means that the young is hatched, fully plumaged, and is able to actually start moving around and feed themselves directly after that they've hatched. And the parent is only there, or the single parent in that case is only there to protect them. There's a few other things that you will also notice is that it's got an incredibly long tail, and those long tails are exclusively there to the males only, and they actually act as a display to attract a female. So the theory is, the longer the tail, the more you are at risk. And because you've got a longer tail, therefore females will go for you compared to a male with a much shorter tail. And that is how natural selection and mate selection takes place in this species. It's not only exclusive to them, we also see it with a number of other brood parasites with incredibly long tails. And they've did studies in the past where they've artificially shortened or lengthened the tails of males, and where they artificially lengthened the tails of less dominant males, the females time after time would go for the one with the artificially lengthened tail. There's two species of paradise WildEarths that we do find in southern Africa. And we find that both of these species actually will lose their tails when it comes to the winter months when they've stopped breeding. And the reason why they do so is because they now want to be cryptically colored and they lose the bright colors that they have and they obtain the same plumage colorations as the dull females that are surrounding them. With the two different species of Paradise Wider, that's actually very easy to separate. If you do look at the tail feathers over here, the tail actually ends with a very sharp point compared to that with a broad-tailed Paradise Wider, which actually has a much more spatulate or rounded appearance to the tip of the tail. We sometimes find broad-tailed Paradise Wider in some parts of South Africa, however they're more common in both Zimbabwe as well as in Botswana. And with them, they actually will parasitize orange-winged Petilia, which looks very similar to the green-winged Petilia. The only difference is the orange wing panel. Good afternoon, Leanne, and welcome to the show. Yes, it does have a very distinct call. And with quite often what we find with different species of brood parasites that specialize in parasitizing single species, that they will also mimic the calls of that specific host species. Good afternoon, watch and wait, and welcome to the show. Yes, it is absolutely amazing to see them flying with their tail. And they actually have got a stunning display that they will use. Quite often they perch and then call, and females would come, and then at times you also see them flying well above your head with a very distinct display flight. Well, we're going to start moving off, as it seems if our male has now disappeared in the thick grass, and the females is most likely soon going to follow. Let's go and see what Kelly is up to.
Well, this is an incredible find, and it was not me. It was the fantastic Gert who found this frog. And it is blended perfectly into the lichen on this tree. It's a southern foam nest frog, and they can change their colour to fit in with their surroundings, and what a stunning demonstration of this. Perfectly camouflaged. I was actually just trying to double check the identification, and one of the identifying features of these frogs is they have fingers arranged in opposing pairs. I can't see its fingers or toes at all, but very characteristically they will gather everything up underneath them to prevent dehydration or desiccation, however you want to phrase it. And there they shall sit We often find these frogs in and around houses, lodges. Gigi, it's so nice to find one actually out on drive. We do often see them in around camps. Years ago, I remember there was one that lived on the elliptical machine in the gym, and I don't think anyone used that machine for months. It would sit there for days and days and days without moving. You can just see him breathing. I would have liked to get a few more identifying features, because this doesn't look like a typical foam nest frog. They often have quite a hunched back. They look sort of almost like they're skinny. And I do like to double check my IDs, either using toes or body shapes or girdles. You can just see it's got those horizontal eyes. And he's like a little ornament there. Lots of these amphibians, well, a lot of the smaller things, they're going to start powering down now in this change of seasons. Max, yes, very comfortable and perfectly camouflaged. The light's actually a little bit tricky in here, and it's not doing this frog justice for exactly how well camouflaged it is. You can see on some of the outer branches there where the sun is hitting those outer branches covered in lichen. And it's literally changed its colour to fit in. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. There's the lichen you can see on these branches, and there's lots of these branches covered with this lichen, but it's actually quite shaded, as you would expect. This frog would not want to sit on an exposed branch, and it's perfectly blended with the lichen there. Sometimes they will go white, white, white. And sometimes we see them darker. If they're around water, they will be more mottled. But that was an exceptional find. Hardly breathing.
Welcome back. Yes, we're back with the Nkuhumas. Of course, the sub-adults still resting, still same spot. Not really much movement that's happened over the last hour here. But as I said, the sun is slowly but surely starting to set there in the west. So you can feel the temperatures just slowly but surely lowering and dropping nicely. So once it does get to a point where these lions will start yawning and start grooming each other, grooming themselves, getting ready for the night. I'm not too sure where the other 3 females are with the 7 cubs. I think the last I heard, they might have gone, I think they've gone south from Treehouse Dam area, and they went south from there into another property. That's the last I've heard. I'm sure Amber Eyes, the older female in this puddle here, so she'll head back to the rest of the females once the pride wants to get back together, and once the cubs get older, so she'll join up with them again. Also, the younger female that's part of the breakaways or the sub-adults, that young female, I'm sure she would also maybe end up going back to the rest of the pride. the older Nkuhuma pride. And the reason for that is that typical, that the pride of lions, they are made up of all family related. Females will hang with the pride for the rest of their lives, unless the pride gets too big and too much competition, and then they sometimes do break away. Also, just thinking about territory sizes as well. We've got a lovely app. It's actually not an app, sorry, it's a program that we use. It's called the Panthera program. It's a database that we actually, all the guides in the entire Sabi Sands, when they do see leopards, lions, cheetah, or certain species, they'll mark it down on the map like a coordinate, and which pride it was, how many was in that pride, and where was it located on that day, on that drive. And of course, everybody puts that information in every single day. And then you can start seeing how big the territories are for the females, for the female prides, how big the territories are for the male coalitions. And it's a wonderful, wonderful thing to really, for us as guides, just to understand the areas that they do roam in and how big those areas are. And I know that, I think with the Majingalans many years ago, because this program has been going for quite some time. Of course, it's been more developed now, but I remember back in the days, they always used to send us a sheet and explaining exactly the sizes and, the territories of the males and the females. And I think the male lions of the Majingalans was those 4 male lions. You're looking at about maybe almost a 15 to 20, 25 square kilometer. So if you say average 20 square kilometer, that's a big area. It's really a big area to patrol. It's 4 male lions. And of course, a female lioness, so they're about a third. Their territory size is about a third of the male lion's territory. So it just shows that the males do, a lot of people get that misconception of males are, male lions are very much, not boring, but lazy, and they don't want to do much and don't hunt. That's really very much a misconception. I've seen with male lions, controlling a territory that's so big, they have to really cover a lot of distance, and they've got other male lions coming into their territory. They've got to defend, they've got to look after the prides in their territory, so they're back and forth as well. And yes, I've seen male lions kill. I think I've seen more, I've seen quite a few kills from lions, and I think I've seen more male lion kills than actually pride kills from females itself. So it just shows you, it's really a misconception many times when they think that the males don't do any hunting. The guys have to hunt if they want to eat, so that's very important. They can also move great distance. I remember that it was the Nkuhuma male and the Styx male many years ago. They joined up as a coalition. And that Styx male was a beautiful male. It looked like he had his mane done by some 5-star hairdresser every single morning. That's how beautiful his mane looked like. He even had like this little kind of a fringe that went over the one side, and it was absolutely one of the most beautiful male lions I've ever seen. And he kind of hooked up with this pride's male. He was also in Nkuhuma. They were almost the same age. So yeah. Sugar pits. Good afternoon. Do lions snore when they sleep? Well, I have heard them snore before. It depends on how they are lying down and the angle. Sugar bits. Yeah, they do snore. I have seen them when they're lying at a little angle, like sometimes a bad angle, and of course sometimes you'll get a bit of a snore out of them. So yes, I have heard them snore before, definitely. I think most cats, Even the dogs I've heard, I mean, dogs I've heard snore as well. So yeah, it just depends on the angle they're lying at. So yeah, you know, then the passageway to, to their lungs, and of course to the nasal passageways and all that. So it all depends on just the angle. But yeah, I've heard them snore. But anyway, coming with our yes, that's Styx Pride, Styx male and the Nkuhuma male. They ended up from this area. They were from this area. They ended up, if anybody knows where Lower Sabi is. Now, Lower Sabi is very far from here. I mean, it's very far. I'm not too sure the distance. Maybe, if I'm not mistaken, could be close to 100 kilometers, maybe less, maybe 80 to 100 kilometers from where we are now. And that Styx male and that Nkuhuma male, when they left this area, they ended up down there in Lower Sabi area and kind of found a little void for themselves to create a territory in that side. So it just shows you how far these male lions can move away from their own territory, from their pride's territory, just to create a territory for themselves one day. So they can really move great distances. That's why it'll be good to see these 5 males really sticking together. Michael Fleetwood, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your question. When was my first sighting of the Nkuhumas? It was right in the beginning of 2010. Yeah, 2010. That was my first time I saw the Nkuhumas. So yeah, I've been seeing this. I saw Amber Eyes herself. I remember I saw her as a cub. So it's really nice to see her as a grown female now and having her own cubs and still doing well with the pride. So yes, it's fantastic just to keep track of them and see them going through their stages from young cubs to adulthood. That's really, really fantastic. If I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking Amber Eyes now 2015 or 2014. 2014? Oh, sorry, now I'm just there's so much information going through my head here now with ages, but yeah, I think Amber Eyes was 2014 if I'm not mistaken. She was born in 2014. I think the Nkuhumas at that time as well in 2010. I think the Nkuhumas, I think there were around about 12 lions. I think 2 or 3 youngsters, but maybe it was 10 or 11 strong, full-grown females. So Nkuhumas was quite a formidable pride at that time, and same as the Styx. So the Styx and the Nkuhumas bumped into each other. Styx pride and Nkuhumas bumped into each other many a time down here on Juma. Between Juma, where Gary Main is, that area was really much an area of their territory. And of course, going into Arathusa as well. Excuse me. It's a pride that's been going for a long time. Well, the Styx is one of the oldest prides in the Sabi Sands. This young whale, of course, just cleaning his paws, making sure that he's biting his nail, his claw there. Check those claws. Check that claw. Yes. Out of the sheath. Karen, good afternoon. Yes, thank you very much for the comment. Yes, the front paw is definitely quite different to the size of the back paw. As in, like most animals, you'll find that if it's a hoof, if it's a paw, if it's a foot, or it's anything that's on four legs, you'll find that the front is always larger. It's just to really hold up the weight of the neck, the head, even if there's horns like buffalo or elephants, the tusk. So you always find that the front feet is larger than the back feet. But they've got beautiful paws. I think lions, leopards, they've got the most beautiful shaped paws that you can actually see. It's just like without the nail marks, it's very, I'm going to say, the angles are just proper. It's proper 90-degree angles. It's not like hyenas, unfortunately. It's got like a bit of a slant to the back pug of their paw. And with the lion's very, very straight, same as our leopard, very straight at the bottom of between the three, what do you call it, the three pugs itself. And of course, as you can see, they plant, and it's so very soft as well, so they plant their foot down. That's why we call them a digitigrade, so they actually walk on their digits. So it's like they make sure that they really can sneak up to something with their paws, so like leopards, lions, hyenas, any dogs. So it's mainly used for really kind of more stealth in a way. Or you'll find your ungulograde, your ungulates is your animals with on the hooves. They walk on their nails, so that's more kind of trying to get away from something. And then of course, like us humans, any monkeys and that we all see ourselves as plantigrade. We plant our entire foot down. But they do, but it is really fascinating. They've got absolutely beautiful, beautiful paws.
We're close to the drainage line here, and we did have some red-faced mouse birds, but they just left. There's a black-headed oriole calling behind us, and there's a beautiful dead tree on the opposite side of the drainage. Let's listen. And I will try and see if I can't find this squirrel that's calling. Oh, there's lumber. Okay. The other cow.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pride. These little gremlins do occur out here in the bush, And we seldom find that signal is as consistent as what it's in urban environments. However, meanwhile, we are busy watching our African spoonbill and a number of impalas that were just disappearing in the background. We're also hoping that we're going to get some elephants that are coming down towards the water's edge, just like last night, and we really hope that they're going to come in the same frequency as what they did yesterday evening and through the last part of the night. It was just amazing to see how many breeding herds did come down. Some of you might have wondered what happened there for one stage last night, but we suspect that it was actually a leopard that they smelt, and there is a leopard that often comes down to this dam, and the wind was blowing straight towards them. And with so many small little elephants in that group, it just all made them decide to run. Our second theory on it was that it was actually a younger bull that was in the group that was the one that got startled to the smell, and because of him being startled, he automatically startled the rest of the group. Quite often when it does come to animals and when it does come to behavior, we see if one animal will start doing something, the remainder of them will automatically start doing precisely the same behavior. Some barn swallows coming over now to come and have a drink. The last few mornings I've seen that the groups that are roosting together is becoming bigger and bigger. And this is typical of the species just before what they start migrating. We're just going to do a short little silent segment and allow you to listen to all the different sounds. Good afternoon, Kim, and welcome to the show. It's an ongoing process, and sometimes I feel like it's nowhere. Other days it feels like really good. And then sometimes you actually notice, because you haven't been birding specific areas, you actually start becoming a little bit slow on those birds. And it means especially that you must give it a little bit of homework again. And one of those groups or areas where I need to seriously go and do some homework on again is actually my marine bird species. Especially when it comes to the petrels and fulmars. They can be quite tricky groups of birds. And also the prions. One of the great things that we do find is that many of those species are actually both either summer or winter visitors. Some might occur in both summer and winter, depending on the species. And we find when conditions in the Antarctic gets cold and miserable, those birds get pushed up against our coastline. And the best way to actually go and observe them is off-boat. And if you can go for some 40 sea miles off Cape Point, it's just absolutely amazing to see the seabirds out there. And meanwhile, let's go and see what Kelly is up to.
Well, we were just looking at a very, very nice dead tree and a red-faced mouse bird that disappeared. And we got a visitor. We have got our Lady Tulamba and both of her little ones. So cool. They just appeared out of nowhere. I'm gonna give this gorgeous little family lots of space. And hopefully they will stay on the road for us. These little ones are getting playful. Benny, indeed a very, very cool visitor. We were just sitting and I went, oh, baby leopard. We are on Nyala Road South. And I have a feeling she might duck down into the Mawati with these little ones. It's still so warm though. It fascinates me. But these leopards move when it's still so hot here. If it was more open, I would try and maybe get around the front, but there is no space. These cubs are starting to pay some attention now to birds, and they will definitely have developed that predatory response long ago. Where did the other one go? I think they can suckle quite late, but they'll have already very much started eating meat. It will depend. I haven't seen them suckle. It depends on, it depends on the conditions of mum. I've seen these cubs maybe twice. I haven't seen them suckle while I've been watching them. I know lions aren't normal, it varies. They're not technically fully weaned till they're 10 months. I'm not sure if anyone else has seen these little guys suckle recently. Sorry, G, can you get over my head there? But they do start eating meat when they're very young. They can stop suckling as early as 3 months. I wonder where she's going to take them. If we do see a gap, I will try and loop around here, but it's very thick. Ugh. The real giraffe girl, indeed they are. They are out for a stroll. We're on Central Road now. Going west. And there is this drainage line coming up She might duck down there. I'm not sure. Maybe she's made a kill. Maybe she's taking them to a kill. I know we did see her recently, but this female Telamba is a good hunter from what I've seen. There may be another kill. It could be that she's moving them during the day to mean it's less likely she's going to bump into any predators, any competition. I'm going to stay with this girl as long as I possibly can.
We made our way down to Ndovo Dam in the hope that we're going to have a number of elephants coming in for a quick drink before the sun sets. Last night it was absolutely magic with all the elephants that came down here. It was breeding herd after breeding herd and bachelor herd after bachelor herd that made their way to come and have a drink. In the meanwhile, we're just going to share some of the beauty of the landscape with you and some of the birds and other creatures that might come across our camera. At the same time, we're just going to view a silent segment and allow you to listen to the different sounds and calls in the background. Welcome back to Eco Trading Islands. We're still with our spoonbill, and he just had a frog when he managed to lose. And it seems as if he's trying and get hold of it again. And for some reason, the two Egyptian geese came a little bit closer to come and investigate what he's doing. However, they do not compete for the same food at all. I just wonder why they're so curious. Let's see what happens. Here we can see there's something back in the mouth again. Good afternoon, Tammy, and welcome to the show. Yes, we do often find that different birds species will fight with one another, and there's a number of reasons why they might do so. And quite often it's because they either will have the same food resources that they will utilize, and in some cases we also see that in some cases they would also utilize the same nesting spaces. And some of the more aggressive species of nest-holding species, they often evict other species from their nests. And in the case of certain bird species, such as fork-tailed drongos, as well as tawny eagles, they simply just love robbing other birds from their food. because it's an easy meal and you don't have to put any energy in working for it. And one of the things that we often do see with tawny eagles around here is that they specifically will follow African hawk eagles. And when they go for a mate to kill, they'll simply use their sheer size and aggression to actually take away that food item from them. Quite often when it does come to competition, we can look at competition in two very different ways. We find competition within species, which is known as intraspecific competition, and then interspecific competition, which is competition between different species of animals. And it's not only limited to birds, we also see it with many other species of animals too. Well, we're going to stick at our dam, and we're hoping that the elephants are going to pop in here. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Kelly is up to.
Kelly is watching a baby leopard in a tree hunting a squirrel. I said earlier that I thought this predatory motor response was in. That this predatory motor response was in full effect. And I wasn't wrong. Oh, they're little danger monkeys, hey? So if you think these cubs are still larger than your domestic cat. All cute and fluffy. Now, where did this other... Talumba's saying, what are you guys doing? There is another vehicle keen to come and see these cubbies, so just excuse me, I just want to update them. Talamba has just passed Gary Cutline, still mobile. I'm gonna try and get around here. I just want to see how her and the cubs react. I didn't quite catch all of that, but I think it was tail related. That was insane, seeing that tail going. Gee, I'm not comfortable trying to pass him there. I'm going to try and get through here. Sorry, everyone. I'm going to try and get around the difficult way. I do not want to upset or push these cubbies anyway. So I'm going to try and scoot around the side and come back out on the road in front of her. No, I haven't done it. Can I get through there? Okay, sorry everyone, we're going to go through the tree. Sorry G, sorry signal. Okay, there we go. Everyone's still happy. Everyone is still happy. Fantastic. I'm gonna go just here, I think. There we go. Wowzers. So I'm gonna sit very quietly while this little family walks past. How special is that? I'm going to try and do the same again. Baby hyena, they do look so fuzzy in the lights. However, I would have not wanted to have been that squirrel. The light is so soft on them. Station Zisingwe is very close to Jumadam now, still mobile. We're actually going to get to see her on dam cam as well. Which way are you going, girlie? And that was a really nice display. I have known leopard mums that have been a little bit anxious around vehicles when they've got babies, but she was not fazed at all. It was a nice, open, clear road. I have once had a hiss from a very relaxed leopardess when she had youngsters. Our Talamba is unfazed. There we go. That's a lovely image of her coming into the dam. Where's the other one? Oh, there we go. I have had really nice images now of these two little cubs, identifying which one is male and which one is female, but I haven't. I've been driving or, well, trying to get around the front of them, and I have noticed one of them's limp. I'm trying to recall who it was that said which of the cubs, the male and female, had a little bit of a limp the other day. Did someone say it was the female? I just want to try and check these front face patterns to see who is who. You can hear the monkey wild now.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we're still sitting with the Nkuhumas. I am so happy that Kelly got Tlalamba and the 2 cubs, which is absolutely fantastic. What a drive, what a sunset drive we are having. A new little penguin, a half-hot penguin. The Nkuhuma sub-adults, Tlalamba and the cubs. Yes, it is another day here on WildEarth. But as you can see, Amber Eyes is definitely looking interested in maybe moving a bit. She is stretching, quite a bit of stretching. She has picked up on something that's further east from where she is now. And she's definitely looking that way, but I just want to double check on what she sees. Oh, actually, all of them got up now. I don't know what. Ears are pinned back at the moment. I think she's just picked up on a scent. I think because the wind is coming from the east to the west. So she's definitely looking towards Impala Plains. See how quickly they all get up. I mean, it's a second thing from being almost passed out, comatose, straight to being aware and looking around and, you know, what's next. I'm just checking here quickly. One. So now finally I can get to see all of them properly. Now this male closest to us, this one there, he's also got that orange eyes, just like Amber Eyes. If he actually looks at her, actually I hope he just turns to us now, but his eyes is just so dark orange. It's amazing. I'm sure he's definitely got her genes somewhere there. Right, looks like now they are definitely moving a little bit now east. Good. It's perfect. Right, so there's still 2 young males that's left behind here. The rest have just moved a little bit east, away from them. Not too far, just down the road. They're definitely looking and listening out for something. You can see it, look at that black hole behind the ears. It's amazing how quickly you just can pick up on a line with that dark shading. It's always the best way just to kind of for them just to do really visual communication. Well, let me just sit back and just wait for these other 2 young males to get up and join the rest. I hear a kudu barking. A kudu's barking. Whoa, a kudu's definitely barking. I'm thinking maybe tortoise pan, eh? Yes. I'm sure tortoise pan. Yes, now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yo. Yeah. All right. Guys, the lines won't go too far. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to definitely quickly follow up. It's not far from us. That's why the lines are so aware now. Sorry, just hold on, Egard. I don't want you to fall off here with the lions. I don't want you to be a lion fodder tonight. It's not too far, and the lions won't move too far, especially with it still a little bit hot like this. I'm just going to shoot around. I'm sure tortoise pan is in that area. As I told you, that's where we left him this morning. We left him around, well, not myself, but Ben. He left him just north of us where we are now. Some of the lines have gone flat again there. All right, let's go. I'm really, really keen. I'm hoping to see him. I think there's another little open clearing here in front of us. And I think that's where, if he has to pop out, he'll be popping out that side. Let's take a look. So when a kudu alarm calls, it sounds like a dog barking, but the noise travels. But they only alarm call when they really are certain of seeing a predator. It's not like impala and squirrels and birds. When they see their reflection or something, they start alarm calling. But a kudu will alarm call if it's certain about a predator. So I'm just going to stop on this open clearing and listen again. I'm just going to stop here and listen out quickly. Okay, there, let's see, here, it's that side. Oh, don't do this to me, Rusty, please. Yes. Okay. So most probably it's close to the power lines. I think it's close to the power lines, Impala Road power lines. Okay, so it's going to be around this side here. Around. So once I can find those kudu and which way they're facing, then and then we've got whatever they alarm calling for. Yeah, myself, I'm just as excited. It's always nice when you hear those alarm calls of an animal, then you can quickly try and find this cat that they are alarm calling at. They will definitely, I won't just do it for no reason. Okay, I'm just going to quickly try and stop here. So it sounded like at this junction, that's where, to me, it just sounded at this junction. Always the best thing to do is just to listen. It's always the best way to track as well. And also let you know, birds will start alarm calling, squirrels. But the kudu has stopped, and most probably the kudu saw it and now they ran away from that danger. So of course they're not alarm calling anymore because they now just decided to rather retreat from that area. Let's just go a little bit further down. I think from there, just towards here. If not up here, it's just maybe on the Impala Road. Come on, please. I need it. I need it. I don't see any tracks on the road here. I think it might be up in Impala Road, yeah, because I don't even see the kudu here. No, I think it might be up in Impala Road. But let's just double check. Oh, no. I don't see anything here, guys. I think I'm just going to go up to Impala Road. There's a little open clearing here towards Sandy Patch. I think sometimes that noise does travel, but it's not far. I hear something up that side. Zinak, yes, me too. I really hope I can find this leopard. I'll be very, very happy. Thank you very much for the comment. I'm also holding thumbs here at the moment. I just want to see the spotted cat. And it is here somewhere. Once again, it's to find it. It's to find it, that's the thing. So I'm going to go up a little bit here. And yeah. No. I really wish there's. I needed just that one more alarm call from the kudu, just one more, just to really pinpoint that area.
Training Pridelands at the moment, it's still very quiet, and we're still hoping to get some elephant action coming down towards the waterhole. There's also a number of birds that are calling at the moment, and one of those groups of birds which were calling was arrow-marked babblers. And when they do call, they actually call as a group, and there's a few reasons why they do that. One is to maintain group cohesion, but also to actually warn one another about threats, and then also to inform one another about food. One of the things that I also see quite often when they do bump into another group of arrow-marked babblers on their territorial boundaries, that can become incredibly noisy, and the two groups will actually work against one another to force one another away from that area. However, the larger group is always the one that will eventually win. They also sometimes will come and sit on your window at your house, and when they do see their reflection, they will start pecking away at your window, trying to fight the intruder that is actually in their territory. It's not an uncommon behavior for birds. We see quite often that a lot of different species will do so. We're going to sit around and listen for some more birds, as well as the hope that our elephants are going to pop in. And at the same time, we're just going to listen to all those sounds. Some of the sounds that we did hear in the background is that of a cardinal woodpecker, which is one of our smaller species of woodpeckers that we find in this area. And it's not uncommon to actually go up to a number of different trees where there's rot holes that are created, or where there's been damage on the side of a tree where the tree is now rotting and becoming soft, to see that these woodpeckers will then excavate them and use them for their nesting holes. We also quite often hear the different species of woodpeckers tapping away on the side of wood, and each species is believed to actually have its own avian form of Morse code, which it will utilize to actually display a territory.
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, I think just listening out again, I heard a lot of like a bird's alarm calling, but I'm not too sure how far deep inside. I think that's where the kudu are alarm calling this side, so I don't know if that's moving now with a leopard or lion. I'm not too sure. 10 to 1 a leopard. Yeah, sorry about that. But anyway, let's go back to find our leons. To see what they're up to. I'm sure they're still on the polar plains, but they are getting more active now. So as I say, the sun is now really close to diving behind the Drakensberg mountain range. yeah. Well, I do hope those Nkuhuma sub-adult breakaways here just don't tend to move too far from the were. I hear that. There's like something inside, yeah. Difficult to know. So I was actually hoping if that was tortoise pan male leopard, he did come from I know from this morning, he came in from the power lines into this little area where we, like a dip here, there's a bit of like a drainage line, donga. And he went inside there and the guys lost him there, or Ben and them lost him there, couldn't follow, it's a bit thick inside there. So I'm just hoping that he was lying there during the daytime, it was hot really the whole day, and he actually started moving, and that's when of course the kudus saw him, so I'm just hoping he was coming this way. It won't be too clever because he's going to bump into the Nkuhuma sub-adults if that's the case. Sorry about my hand, it's just, yeah, the sun is directly in my eyes. Sit there, just there. I think it's going to be a beautiful sunset tonight. That's one thing. You can definitely just see by the color already out that side. I think it's going to be absolutely a stunner. Look, the thing is, when you do hear, as I said, a kudu going like that, you know something's happening. Something is there, and yeah, it's just, of course, not always successful at it, but we do try and get there, and the suspense does build for us as well. We can't wait to see what's there and what's happening and why. You know, why are the animals alarm calling? Because there must be a reason, you know, so anyway, let's see if the old Nkuhumas are all subbies. Hey, still, yeah, I just see a little head. Hello! Oh, hello! Yeah, still, yeah. So I'm just gonna go around to the one side. And definitely, they're still listening. Look at those faces. That is absolutely amazing. I'm just going to go up here and just get you guys a nice view of them. Look at that. There you go. So of course they're all just listening out for exactly what we were hearing, that kudu alarm calling. So definitely got them interested. Thanks for waiting for us. I don't know if anybody can really tell me, is that Chilla at the back there? Not right at the back. Yeah, the one that we're looking at now. Is that Chilla? Looks like it, eh? Okay. She's doing flat. Well, she is the biggest female out of all of them here, so take a look. Oh, she's flat. Yeah, no, they're like, ah. Nicole, good afternoon. Thank you for the comments. Yes, I also really hope that these Nkumas decide to give us a bit of a show and go and hunt. That'll be fantastic. I would really appreciate that from them. I think they definitely owe us a good old hunt. Definitely. But look, the thing is, they're definitely not short of food. You can see they've definitely had something over the last few days. Some of their tummies are still a little bit bulgy. So they definitely had something recently. Right, well, we'll just sit here still with the Nkuma sub-adults and listen out for any other alarm calling. Let's head to JP in Pridelands. He's sitting at the waterhole.
Welcome back to Pridelands. I'm really happy for the Juma team being able to find so many different cats. Unfortunately, on our side, it's very quiet, and sometimes when things don't quite work out your plan, it's always best to move on. And we've given a good try in the hope that we were going to find some elephants coming down. At least it's been a good afternoon for birding, and we've seen a number of different bird species. We just played around a little bit this morning and this afternoon again. And we're well over 80 species by just simply watching what is flying over us, listening to the different bird calls, and looking at what is in the vicinity of the dams. That's pretty good for this time of the year, and especially for such a small little area with a pretty uniform vegetation structure. At the moment, there's also still a group of arrowmock babblers on the opposite side of a dam that has just clashed with a rival group. And a few times in the past, I've actually sat and watched them as they will try and drive one another off or away from the territorial boundary. And it's always a larger group that actually wins. Good evening, Sarah, and welcome to the show. Yes, we do have a large number of frogs that is actually in the dam. And I've just been watching the spoonbill over there, and he's actually caught quite a few frogs. I'm not sure what species it is. It's quite far off and a little bit tricky to spot, but I would expect that it's most likely platanas because we have a lot of platanas in this dam. But if I compare this year, we had a much shorter rain season compared to the previous year, and we've actually got less frogs around. And now that it's becoming cooler, many of these frog species will also start moving off and go into hibernation. And they'll only start actually becoming active again by the next rain season, which will most likely be here from anywhere from end of October and to mid-November. One of the reasons why it seems that it's actually platanas that they are catching is because quite often when I do notice when birds catch platanas is that they'll spend quite a long time actually washing them off before that they will actually start eating them. And the reason is very simple. They actually provide a slimy secretion which acts as a chemical defense which they will use against any predator that tries and feeds on them. It's not the only frogs that utilizes that strategy. We also have a frog in this area which is known as a banded rubber frog, and even humans with cuts on their hands who handle these can actually absorb that toxin through their skin. And when it does come to toads, we find that most species of toads have got a fairly thick glandular skin, and they will have a wide range of different toxins which they can secrete. A few years ago, I've actually watched the African wild dog that grabbed a toad inside a shallow pool, and it then very quickly started frothing at the mouth. I've also seen it a few times with domesticated dogs. One of my friends, he had a Maltese poodle. This dog was pretty overweight, and I still don't know how it managed to get through the security doors, but it got hold of a toad, and it started frothing and started in the mouth and started helping. Ran straight through the security doors, got stuck inside them for a few seconds, wriggled himself out, and quickly as possible made his way over to a bowl to go and drink some water. In general, we find that dogs will very quickly learn from that distasteful taste and they won't do it again. But some dogs may never learn. We're going to start moving on and go and see what else we can go and find. And let's go and see what Cedric is up to.
Welcome back. Yes, we're still sitting here with the Nkuhumas sub-adults. Because now it's, the sun is give and take another 10 minutes. The sun will be behind the Drakensberg. And as you can see, Amber Eyes is flat. I thought she was going to do something else for us. Damn. But yeah, you know, it's not too long from now. They will definitely get their heads up again. While we were sitting here, we did get again the kudu's alarm calling exactly where we were, and all of the lions got their heads up and looked that way again. So yeah, it's just I'm not gonna try and go that side. I'll just rather give it time, and maybe that if that leopard comes out from that drainage line where we struggle to go in, I think we might be lucky then. It's a nice young boy. You can see his little chest hairs coming out now. Oh, 2-year-old now. So still youngsters. Come and sit next to brother. Or lie next to brother, yeah, most probably. Yep. Always have to lie close to each other. That's what I love about lions, that the bond is so strong between each other. Sometimes, like when we got here the first time this afternoon, I mean, there were 3 or 4 other bushes around there where they all were, where each one could have had their own kind of shade, but they had to choose practically all, you know, that same bush, the African weeping wattle. They had to choose that bush, and all of them went under there, and all kind of touching each other practically, or just that contact with each other. It's wonderful. That's one thing I love about lions. They're just so strong when it comes to the bond. I heard the kudu again. Okay, so then my mistake. Sorry, this is not Amber Eyes. Then it's so it's Amber Eyes' daughter. Because I wanted to say she's not as big, so it's Amber Eyes' daughter, but she's definitely got Amber Eyes' genes in her. I mean, her eyes. If you honestly look at the other females, you can see that their eyes are much lighter compared to this youngster, or this young female. So yeah, it's my apologies, but it is sometimes sometimes you'll find if it's a mother and daughter, they're very similar. So yeah, but it's Amber Eyes' daughter. I think they said that. I think I just heard now that Amber Eyes is further down south towards where Plains Camp males are. The two male lions that's been taking over there in Singita, Londolozi area over the last year. They're the ones, those males were the ones that had a run-in with Hairy Belly from the Matimbas. I won't be surprised if that was the demise of the Matimba or Hairy Belly, because I know that those Plain Camp males bumped into him once or twice, and I think after that first time he was badly beaten up and wasn't looking good after that. Yes, they're still calling. One part of me says go. I feel like half of my body must go that side, and the other half must stay this side. So, Eckhard, what do you think? You reckon we must take a chance?
Yeah, let's take a
The
chance.
chance. It's still, they're calling crazy, yeah, but let's just take a look. But it's not far. It's definitely just on this open clearing here. Just behind us. I think we should do it. Yes. What do you think, girls and boys? I'm in two minds because I feel like I want to go and follow up on that. Definitely. Okay, let's do it. All right. Let's do it. 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 I'm sure everybody would like that as well. Hey, girl. Hey, boys. What do you think? Follow me. Oh, they're all one or two is getting up. Well, let's see. She's got those very orange eyes, eh? Jeez. Yep. Okay, round two. Let's see. If anybody sees anything, let me know. Just now I pass something and and you do see something on your screen, then please throw that comment and say, Cedric, go back. He just passed a leopard. All right, so we're going to continue this side. We're going to take a look and hopefully we're lucky.
I apologise profusely. We just had a few technical issues there. So what we have done, we've just popped back to camp. We've fixed our bugs. And in the meantime, I just said that another vehicle could come in and have a look at our beautiful Talamba. She has stopped. And I'm just going to give this other vehicle a chance to have a look, and then we will go back. We have the luxury of the fantastic infrared light, which means we can keep filming, whereas other vehicles can't because they don't have that luxury of having the infrared there. what a stroke of luck. We were sat, G and I, looking at a tree, and we were trying to frame some beautiful mouse birds, and the mouse birds, in typical bird style, disappeared. And I looked to my left. I said, "Oh, there's a leopard. There's a baby leopard. There's another baby leopard." It fascinates me how these things happen by pure chance here. It's just mind-blowing. I think let's start rolling forward. I would like to try and get back here before we completely lose light. The sun is very low on the horizon now. So nice that she's so relaxed. I used to work with a leopardess called Scotia. I think every area has had a Scotia leopardess, and she had cubs, normally completely oblivious to the vehicles. And she was sleeping, she came and lay down almost next to the vehicle, and we were sitting watching her, and she called. It was actually, her cubs were probably about the same size as Talambas are now, and one of her cubs wandered towards her. And as the cub walked towards her, she gave us a nice big hiss. So she was fine. Well, she was there on her own. As soon as the cub came closer to us, she said, "Uh-uh." And then we listen. We give them space. So, let's get you all back into your girl. Joey, absolutely. This lady is a star. She does position herself beautifully for us. Such a luxury. Is that a good gap for you, G? What a legend. So Talamba is high up in her tree now, and we will show you why. She has killed a huge, huge impala ram. So this is the, if I'm not mistaken, the young boy here who's feeding voraciously. Fiona, yes, she will still open this kill for them. They are still quite small, but that, like I said before, leopard can be fully weaned by the time they're 3 months, which is a while ago. They will often start feeding on the back end, and now I look here, I can actually see that they have fed on the back end of this impala. I think she's probably killed it today, and when we caught her, she had gone to where she left the cubs. As we often explain, she will make a kill, she'll leave the cubs somewhere, she'll go and retrieve them. And we just happened to be in the right place at the right time. And this is a massive impala ram. So these males can weigh up to 76 kilograms, a big male impala, and that's probably, that's significantly heavier than this female is. But we are going to stay here for the rest of the afternoon to see what happens in this awesome little sighting.
Back. I'm just watching this beautiful sunset, beautiful colors that's coming through. Absolutely amazing sunset for this afternoon. I'm so happy for Kelly as well that she's got her lumber and the cubs again with impala ram. Exactly what I was explaining about this afternoon. About the rams, of course, starting to spar and starting to chase each other and starting to forget on the surroundings and what danger's approaching because they're too busy. And that's why we're going to get more rams in the tree. So that's fantastic. Otherwise, you can still see, we're still sitting back with the nkumas. I wanted to go and find out and try and see what was, happening with that kudu and alarm calling, but I said I was in two minds there. I thought, no, rather not. Well, come back to them Kumas, because if something does happen, yeah, at least we've got them, and I'm hoping that they will get a little bit more active in the next couple, and then we can hopefully see them moving and hopefully hunting later on. But they are just definitely all decided to take a bit of a nap now. But things can change very quickly. Well, that did change very quickly. It just shows you, just with that alarm call of the kudu, I mean, they changed the behavior of each and every individual lion that's lying here now, and got their attention and made them move. Well, made them move about 20 meters, but it made them move. So I'm just hoping that we can at least find whatever was around that area where the kudu was alarm calling later, or you never know, maybe tomorrow morning. Well, yeah. All right, we're going to clear Kelly and see what he's up to.
We have a problem here. We have a problem. Wow. Porta Lamba has a problem. In the blink of an eye. Sorry, viewers, if you don't want to see this, I would suggest you look away now. These hyenas do feed in a frenzy. So this might be quite graphic. Feel free to turn off. Both of the cubs are safely up the tree. This hyena came steaming in here. So we are going to zoom in again on this hyena. There is a lot of gore. Oh, look at this little one. Oh. They've safely got up the tree. They're so agile, but yeah, this... I think she's probably lost this. We've got to... That's the other one just there, just with a tail peeping out there. I'm going to reposition, but I don't want to panic either. Oh, there we go. I'm loath to move or switch on the... Oh, this is... Be careful, cub. Oh. This cub must not lose its footing. Leah, I think this probably was too heavy for her to hoist. Otherwise she would have done. She took a huge risk leaving it in the first place. I can see she's fed on quite a... Now it's... Woof. She's fed on quite a lot of it. And it was probably just getting to the point where she would have been able to hoist it. Oh, this makes me deeply uncomfortable, this cub standing above this hyena. And the other one is like on a little knobbly bit of this tree. This other little cub is... Ugh. Ooh, she's coming down. So this is Intima. Look, this leopardess is coming down. She's coming down. No, don't come down. No. This cub must not come down this tree. There's one sensibly sitting up the top there. And this other one is making me uncomfortable. Oh, I feel quite sick actually. I'm happy this cub is safe and sound. Jade, Talamba is indeed angry, but she must make good choices here. She wants that kill back. She worked hard for it, and there's lots of meat left on this kill. She was worked hard, but she must make good choices. If she gets injured, then none of this family might survive. Whew, okay. This other cub on the left of the tree now has sat down in a far more sensible position. It's got a nice little... Oh, hold on, she's going to try and take that kill. Ugh. Sorry. Okay, that other one has now gone back up. It was precarious on the edge of the tree. It settled down. It looks like this hyena's got the stomach now. Gabby, this hyena's bigger and stronger than Talamba, which is why it's not bothered. One crunch of those jaws would break Talamba's leg very easily. This cub is making me very uncomfortable. It must settle nicely on a nice... Oh. Oh, my stomach's doing flips. Suzanne, I know, right? This is also the kind of suspense I could do without as well. I'm sorry. Oh, this cub in the tree must settle. I'm sorry we missed Talamba. She considered it and then backed off very, very quickly. But this cub perched with its bottom on the edge of that very small piece of tree is... it's making me very uncomfortable. Okay, I feel better now. Okay, good. Okay, I feel much more comfortable. Now this second cub has got a good spot, a good, good solid seat. I will breathe again. Montipo girl, yes they do. They need to sit their little behinds down. And while it's not ideal, they must accept that they're probably not getting any more of this kill and stay safely up this tree. I agree. I think Talamba has gone around the other side. I think she's actually in these bushes under this tree here. But I'm not gonna... I just want to give everyone some time to settle. I don't want to disrupt anything here at all. These cubbies staying safe is my main priority in this situation. And not interfering in any way, for that matter. Ooh. I'm most definitely going to be staying here for the rest of the drive. So all the time these cubs are safely in this tree, we are going to be able to stay here. I'm going to try not to move the vehicle any more than I need to. This is a very sensitive sighting, and the last thing I want to do is... Oh, she's coming again. She's thinking about trying to take this back. So I think what's happening here, I think it's Intima is cleverly taking this carcass further from the tree, because if she makes a run for it, she's going to have to get it up that tree fast. And the further from this tree this carcass is, the less likely it is that Talamba will get it back. gosh, could have gone for it. That was a tawny eagle or something. There was some eagle just came out of that tree and Natima just got distracted. That could have been our moment. Debbie, it's not unheard of for hyenas to take bits of stuff back to den sites. We often see drag marks where hyena have dragged carcasses and things back to their den sites. There's a chance, Debbie. There is a chance that that Ntima might take some of this back to that den site. Sorry, like I said, if anyone is a bit squeamish, you are welcome to look away. Oh, who needs movies when you've got this? Nicole, another very good question. I am actually surprised there are not more hyenas here. They've got an amazing sense of smell. Someone once told me they can smell blood or follow a blood trail from 4 kilometers away. I don't know if a fresh kill would carry it on the air. It wouldn't surprise me. But I'm surprised there's not more here. All of your Juma clan here, they will, often at dusk, they will start patrolling. They split up. And I actually saw Ntima appear here. She came from above, just over the crest here on quarantine. She stopped, she sniffed. And it's almost like she said, ooh. So I'm surprised there's no more hyenas here. It wouldn't shock me at all if someone else turned up here. So both of our cubbies are now safely balanced. Can you balance safely on something? They're leopards, so yes they can. They've now got a nice firm branch to stay safely out the way. I think Talamba is around the other side. I think she might actually be in this bush at the bottom of the tree, maybe watching Ntima feeding here, waiting to see if she takes a breath, and she might grab her opportunity to take this, what's left of this male impala, up this tree. I am not going anywhere for the time being. I'm going to be staying right here to see what develops.
Yes, welcome back. Fantastic news that Kelly's had a fantastic sighting with Tlalamba and the two cubs. Unfortunately, once again, she's lost her kill to hyenas, which is not good. I don't know if she's hoisting it or if she's having a problem hoisting her kills. But yeah, well, she did hoist it the other day when Tandi and Molawati was there, so that was good. And it's always a good thing. But yeah. Anyway, I left the Nkuhuma sub-adults. Not much movement. They did kind of get their heads up once or twice, listening and looking out and listening and picking up on the scent and all that, but not much other than that. So we did leave them still lying up there at Impala Plains. I'm just heading back slowly on the way where we heard the kudu's alarm calling earlier and all that, and see, hopefully we bump into something this side. But it hasn't, I didn't hear anything else after those kudu's were alarm calling like that. It is a wonderful night, and once again a fantastic sunset drive. So much things happening, and it's always exciting to see these behaviors of these animals and what they do and how it happens. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Oh, woodlands, jeez. And even the sun has set, you can feel the freshness is coming in now. You can feel that winter slowly but surely creeping in. But yeah.
Timo is still munching on this carcass. We've had no new arrivals. Quick glance. Both of our cubs are safe and sound. To my huge relief, that was probably one of the more tense moments I've actually had in my career. We've got two tails. And No, just sit still, you. And Talamba is at the base of this tree. We can't see her. She's in this bush at the bottom of the tree. We can't see her at the moment. I'm sure she's hiding in here, waiting to see if for any reason this hyena moves away. I'm fairly sure we will have told you everything we know about leopards and hyenas, so Gainer, yes, this is indeed a good lesson. It's instinctive. It's instinctive for these cubs to stay away from danger. They will have been doing it since they were very small. It's ingrained. They know what danger is. They know when to leave. But I've seen before in leopard families, there's normally one cub that's a little bit more of a chancer. And I think that cub, I didn't quite see who it was. I could just see a posterior. The one that started considering coming back down again, which from the sighting I had the other day, the female was more adventurous and looked like she was a little bit more likely to get into trouble. But I can't see anyone's face here now. But yeah, I'm just going to sit and enjoy this sighting, and I'm going to let all of you do the same. Please feel free to send in any questions. But I don't think this needs my voiceover. Betty, if a lion turned up here, no. Hyena trumps leopard and lion trumps hyena. This hyena would be gone. Even a relatively small lioness would easily overpower just one hyena. I really do wish they would stop moving around. This other vehicle you just heard is Michelle, who I believe you all know. Michelle won't be using a spotlight. We are filming in IR. This is a sensitive sighting, and
Pan, look. Yeah, folks. Sorry about that. I think we had a bit of technical difficulties there with Wendy. I'll kill you on Wendy that side. But yeah, we're just sitting here. I'm just pretty much here at quarantine open area, listening out here and just enjoying the beauty of this open clearing and these big marula trees. And it's all around on this open clearing. Absolutely stunning. It's one of the nicest open clearings I've seen around in here in the north. There's always so much happening here, especially once it starts getting dark and you start finding the wildebeest and the impala all congregate together in these open clearings for safety. Very, very important to them. I'm just sitting here, I'm just trying to listen out because now and again I hear a little scops owl. Such a beautiful little owlet, actually. I'm really trying to figure out. I did hear one now. I'm trying to see where about on one of these trees here. I do love those little owlets. Them and the little pearl-spotted owlets. But, I think Kelly's all back and running again. Let's head back to Kelly and see what's happening there with her leopard.
One of these cubs has just started coming down this tree again. My heart is in my mouth. I guess all that remains is for me to say thank you so much for joining us. I have no doubt one of us will be back here first thing in the morning. Please, please, please come and join us, and we will fill you in on what happens here in this sighting.